Order. Members will be at their seats. The clerk has opened the roll and you record your presence. Please rise and give your attention to our guest chaplain, Pastor Andrew Abbott, Calvary Baptist Church, Leavenworth, Kansas, guest of Representative David Buehler, followed by a Pledge of Allegiance led by Representative Garber.
Morning. Let us pray. Gracious Father, we humbly bow before the one who was and is, the one whose name is above all names. We ask today for your loving and gracious guidance, wisdom, and discernment as we seek to steward the responsibilities that you have given each of us. We ask that you lead us to trust on you and that you would make our path straight. Father, we pray for our great state and the men and women, boys and girls that call her home. Would you, through our decisions, help us create a thriving Kansas, a place where we can all live godly and quiet lives. Unify us in this great task. Help us to be marked by the godly attributes of humility, tenderness, compassion, and joy. Lead us to do nothing out of selfish ambition or conceit, but in humility count others as more significant than ourselves. Father, guide us. We plead for your glory to shine in every corner of our state. Use us this day. In the name of Jesus we pray. Amen.
Has every member had the opportunity to record their presence? The clerk will close the roll and record the attendance. The speaker recognizes Representative Ellis on a point of personal privilege.
Good morning. I have a great honor this morning to recognize a young lady from Oskaloosa High School, Holly Thatcher, along with her mother, Shayla. Oskaloosa is a school where I taught at for 37 years. Holly's with us to receive an award for her achievement this year in 2024 state wrestling tournament. Well, last summer, Holly went to Fargo National Tournament, and there she injured her knee, requiring surgery and had several complications. At the beginning of the season, she got a slow start. She missed the first few meets and then lost the first 4 matches. But you know, she didn't give up. She went on to compete the season successfully with a win-loss of 30 wins and only those 4 losses, and winning the state championship in women's wrestling in weight class 115. She ranks 29th in the nation in her weight class. Now, this is a great achievement that shows an example to all athletes that commitment and real dedication and hard work and an attitude of never giving up are the winning ways of success. Not only did she win the state championship this year, but last year in 2023, in a weight class of 105, she won the state championship as a sophomore, which is amazing, 2 years in a row. But not only did she win last year, as a freshman in a weight class of 101, she also won the state championship in women's wrestling in 22. Such great achievement. Her overall winning record is 97 wins and only 7 losses. At this time, I present Holly Thatcher, an Outstanding Achievement Award in women's wrestling 3 years in a row. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I request that my words be spread across the journal.
Without objection, so ordered. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on Senate Bills 232 and 387. The Senate adopts the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2097. The Senate announced the appointment of Senators Erickson, Dietrich, and Reddy to replace Senators Longbine, Fagg, and Holscher on conferees on House Bill 2663. The Senate announced the appointment of Senators Billinger, Clays, and Petty to replace Senators Warren, Wilburn, and Corson as conferees on House Bill 2392. The Senate not adopts the Conference Committee report on House Substitute for Senate Bill 287, requests a conference, and appoints Senators Gossage, Erickson, and Petty as second conferees on part of the Senate.
Speaker recognizes Majority Leader Croft for a motion to accede.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate did not adopt the Conference Committee report on House Substitute for Senate Bill 287 and requested a conference. I move the House accede to the request of the Senate and that a conference committee be appointed.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. Motion passes. As conferees on part of the House, the Speaker appoints Representatives Landwehr, Epley, and Susan Ruiz. Introduction of original motions and House resolutions. The clerk will read.
House Resolution 6047 by Representative Robinson, Penn, Estes, and others. A resolution commemorating 70 years since the landmark Brown v. Board of Education Supreme Court decision on May 17, 1954, which made segregation in public schools illegal in the United States. Whereas this year marks the 70th anniversary since the Supreme Court of the United States, SCOTUS, struck down racial segregation in public schools across the country. And whereas in its ruling, SCOTUS determined that separate educational facilities are inherently unequal and every citizen of the United States deserves equal education. And whereas this victory was decades in the making, and it was made possible by determined parents, students, activists, and attorneys who worked tirelessly to advocate for this important cause. And whereas Carolyn Wims, Campbell, and Foster Chisholm are not only seasoned support staff at the Kansas State Capitol, but are also alumni of the historic McKinley Elementary School in Topeka. And whereas Cheryl Brown Henderson founded the Brown Foundation in 1988, which has since awarded scholarships, honored leaders, established libraries, developed educational resources, organized exhibitions, and hosted diversity programs. Under Cheryl's leadership, the Brown Foundation collaborated with the United States Congress to establish the Brown v. Board of Education National Park in 1990 and the Brown v. Board of Education 50th Anniversary Presidential Convention in 2001. Whereas the city of Topeka was the birthplace of this important story, and visitors may tour the National Historic Site and Museum at the Monroe School Building, where the Brown v. Board of Education National Historic Park is located. And whereas the homecoming celebration for former students and educators of the Topeka's 4 former African-American elementary schools will be held on May 18, 2024, where community speakers and oral history collection and activities will highlight the significance of the students and faculty at Buchanan Elementary School, McKinley Elementary School, Monroe Elementary Elementary School and Washington Elementary School. And whereas the City of Topeka is the host of the Civil Rights Summer 2024 event, where visitors can celebrate the 70th anniversary of Brown v. Board of Education with live performances, art installations, and a multidisciplinary project created by community-based artist Vanessa German. And whereas visitors of the Homecoming and Civil Rights Summer 2024 event have the opportunity to hear Topekans share their lived experience during the Brown decision and how the past influenced their lives. And whereas to access additional historical information on the importance of Brown v. Board of Education, visitors can visit the Kansas State Library. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the House of Representatives of the State of Kansas that we commemorate 70 years since the landmark Brown v. Board of Education United States Supreme Court decision in 1954. And be it further resolved that we encourage all Kansans to commemorate this landmark decision that made segregation illegal in all United States public schools by registering and attending the Brown v. Board of Education Homecoming Celebration in Topeka on May 18, 2024. And be it further resolved that we encourage all Kansans to attend the Civil Rights Summer 2024 event in Topeka.
The Speaker recognizes Representative Robinson for a motion to adopt the resolution.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and thank you very much to all 122 members of the House who co-sponsored the bill for the Brown versus Topeka 70th anniversary. Today, we're joined by Curlin Campbell, who is the office assistant here in the Kansas State House, the Kansas State Capitol, and Mr. Foster Chisholm, and the executive director, as I understand, Dr. Williams, from the Brown versus Topeka Historic Park. I had a million different things that I wanted to try to write and communicate, but this is a moment for Brown versus Topeka. In summary, it was conceived that the nation owes it to itself to recognize such a great moment in time. And it's such a humbling moment to be a part of this body of government that carries out and implements this huge recognition, and they'll be having activities all over the summer. And thank each of you. God bless our great country. I request that these words be spread into the journal.
Representative, can you move your motion?
Sorry? I would like to move this motion. I would like to move HR. See how unequipped I am? I would like to move HR 6047.
You've all heard the motion. All those in
Thank you
favor
so
signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries.
Now I am supposed to say I would like to have these words spread into the journal. Thank you so much.
Without objection, so ordered. The Speaker recognizes the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you all for supporting the resolution. I just wanted to get up here and say that if you are in this room, there is no excuse for you not visiting our historic site. It's only blocks away. I'm very proud that it sits within the 58th District of Kansas. But if you've not been there, you must go there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The governor's objection to House Bill 2648 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House reconsideration of said bill. Is there a motion? The Speaker recognizes Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2648 was the bill having to do with regulations. And it would require any regulation that would cost more than $1 million to implement over 5 years to go through a legislative process. You'd have to file a bill to do it. It also would cause the the director of the budget to take a second look at the economic impact statements that are being put forth by the agencies to make sure that they did their job correctly. Mr. Speaker, I move that notwithstanding the governor's veto of HB 2648, the bill be passed, and I'll stand for questions.
For discussion, the speaker recognizes Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would encourage you to vote to sustain this veto. If you remember, I spoke about this when we voted on it, and I presented the idea that the absence of regulations do in fact cost taxpayer money. We saw that with the purchase of 2 homes in Butler County because of abandoned water or oil wells that polluted the water, which we'll probably be taking up as a line item. The other thing that this does, make sure that we're clear on understanding this, if there is a regulation that costs more than $1 million over 5 years, which is probably going to be almost every proposed regulation, it's going to come back to us to ratify. So you're going to be in the unenviable position of having to vote, take a vote on many more in the weeds regulations than you currently have to right now. So if you're not looking forward to that, I would encourage you to sustain this veto.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that, my friends, is why we need this bill. Because many, many more we'll have to look at. And I think that's a good thing. So I'm the chair of the Commerce Committee, and the people on my committee and I are careful to weigh out every bill that we look at to make sure that it helps the business community thrive, that it doesn't cost them money to implement, and that it encourages new businesses. We want to make it easier to start a business, not prohibitive. And we need to be cognizant of our business partners that pay the tax that we spend up here so easily. I'm held accountable for that in commerce, and so is everyone on my committee. I'm held accountable by my constituents, by leadership, and by the businesses in the state of Kansas. So the current law requires that there's an economic impact study done. And as an example on how it's not being followed, you recall that workers' compensation bill that we passed earlier this year. That took a lot to do from both sides. 2 years ago, there were rules and regulations on workers' compensation that would have gone much further than that bill and would have cost the business community almost 100% rate increase on their premiums for workers' compensation. The economic impact study for that rule and regulation said NA. And where it said, who did you talk to about it? And it said, industry lawyers. That was it. We were able to kill that rule and regulation because there was a bill in play and it was part of the negotiations. Shouldn't have to do that. Anytime there's a rule or a regulation like that, we should think about it. And that's all this bill does. It will cause the administration and the departments to think about it. And then the director of budget will also look at it to make sure it was done right. That, Mr. Speaker, I'll move my motion.
The question arises on the motion of Representative Tarwater that notwithstanding the governor's veto, the bill be passed. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Seeing 15 hands, calls in order. Doorman will secure the doors. Members will be in their seats. The clerk will call the roll.
Representative Alcala, Blue, Potter Partial, and Thomas.
Representative Potter Partial votes aye. Representative Blue votes aye and is excused. Representative Thomas votes aye. Does any member desire to, Representative Alcala votes no. Not seeing 15 hands, calls raised. 10 hands. 10 hands, calls raised. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. With 87 having voted in favor and 38 against the passage of House Bill 2648, the same having received the required 2/3 majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The governor's objection to House Bill 2436 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House reconsideration of said bill. Is there a motion? The Speaker recognizes Representative Schmoy for a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. HB 2436 is the bill that would create the crime of coercing a woman into getting an abortion. Mr. Speaker, I move that notwithstanding the governor's veto of HB 2436, the bill be passed.
For discussion, the Speaker recognizes Representative Hoy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an example of one of those bills that I think is a really good idea because it is wrong to coerce people into making decisions about pregnancy outcomes. But with this bill, we failed to expand that to all reproductive decision-making. And we did not address some of the technical issues with this bill. And I do plan, if this doesn't go through, to work on this again next year. And I'm going to outline what I think is the biggest issue with the language in this bill. It's on page 2, line 15. When we're talking about financial harm, it includes any other adverse financial consequence. So if you are, let's say your spouse becomes pregnant from someone else and you say that you want to get a divorce, that could be any other adverse financial consequence, and the penalty for that is a person felony, 30 days to a year in prison, $500 to $5,000. I think we can clean this up and do the right thing so that we don't put these very personal discussions at risk of prison time and large fines. There are serious issues with violence and physical harm, financial harm that are outlined in this bill. But as it stands, it goes too far, it is too extreme, and we need to sustain this veto and try again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you. Coercion's wrong. I don't think that that's up for debate. Certainly, the feeling that we've gotten through the House and the Senate, both, that has not been debated. Coercion is wrong. It is happening to Kansas women. This is ongoing right now. Again, no one has said that these things are not happening. Women deserve to be protected from having threats to their life, their livelihood, and their legal status documentation. It's been said that it's extreme. Any woman who has ever been in an abusive relationship and had her life threatened doesn't consider this kind of language to be extreme. What she considers extreme is the threat of violence. We talk about choice all the time. Having women being threatened because they've made a choice is wrong. Again, I don't think that any of us in this room argue that. I don't think anybody in Kansas argues that. It's been said that the language is vague and broad, and to that I would say that I trust our law enforcement officers. I trust our prosecutors. I trust our Kansas judges to be able to read the clear definition of what is considered coercion. I appreciate all of you in this room that were willing to have this discussion on how we can protect Kansas women. The fact is that we all know that the conversations between loved ones, the conversations between husbands and wives, those personal conversations, that does not equate to coercion. Coercion is threat. It is defined as a threat. All of us understand the difference between concerned loved ones having a conversation and someone threatening your life, your livelihood, and your legal status documentation. How many women need to be threatened before we take this seriously? If we pass this and protect these women, I am already looking into domestic violence law and seeing if there is room for us to protect women further. This is important. This protects women and it protects the right of choice. Mr. Speaker, with that, I move my motion.
The question arises on the motion of Representative Schmoy that notwithstanding the governor's veto, the bill be passed. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Seeing 10 hands, calls in order. Doorman will secure the doors. Clerk will read the roll.
Representative Blue.
Representative Blue votes aye. Calls raised. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 85 having voted in favor and 40 against, the passage of House Bill 2436, the same having received the required 2/3 majority, is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. I would like to just take a moment and welcome back Representative Hauser. We've been praying for you, brother. The governor's objection to House Bill 2465 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House reconsideration of said bill. The Speaker recognizes Representative Estes for a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that notwithstanding the governor's veto of HB 2465, the bill be passed. This is a bill that I think many of you will remember. It is, the conference report included the Adoption Tax Credit, the Pregnancy Resource Act, and the Adoption Savings Account. After we visited about this bill previously, I kind of took to heart what a lot of people's concerns were, and I did some looking into a few things. One of the objections was, are they providing medical care? So I met with a Kansas City clinic, and I asked them, what do you do? And they gave me a list, and it included things like hiring a bilingual counselor that has helped with their outreach to the Hispanic community. As a Hispanic person myself, I was very excited to hear that. Beginning next week, they will be beginning to help their clients get signed up for Medicaid. They are now contracted with KDHE as a qualified entity. Some of the other things that they do is have a medical doctor who works and makes referrals over to Olathe Health and KU Health residencies. They're not providing care themselves. They give nothing at their facility that requires a prescription. They have expanded what they provide to their clients because a lot of what they give is love and a lot of what they give is support. They give them monthly prepaid gas cards and grocery cards. These are things that I think make it easier for a woman who wants to keep her child to do so. They've expanded their hours of operation, which I think is pretty significant because if you're like 90% of their clients and 90% of them are below the federal poverty level, you're working all kinds of different shifts. And I thought their dedication to being open when women needed them to be was important. So I want to go back and break down a couple of things that they told me. When they said, one of the things that I asked was, well, what is it like for your ladies to give birth if they haven't been on Medicaid CanCare? And they said, actually, most of them, when we surveyed them, plan to use the emergency room. So I spoke to some hospital representatives, and I asked, what does that cost? And they said it costs their hospital emergency rooms $10,000 for a rural area and $15,800 for an urban area. They estimate that once they start signing people up for Medicaid, for CanCare, that will be about 300 of their 503 clients. So that is $3 million to $4.7 million that our hospitals will not be forced to not get paid for. The other benefit to that is because the women will have earlier access to prenatal care. Their outcomes are going to be so much better for their children. So I think that's important to think about. The other thing that I think people had concerns about was, well, they're not licensed. So I went and found the Kansas Healthcare Provider Directory that lists who has to be licensed. And I looked at the list and I found that what they do really doesn't fit anybody on this list. They're not an ambulatory surgical center. They're not a critical access hospital. They're not a home health agency. They're not a hospital. They're not a long-term care unit. They're not a psychiatric hospital. And they're not a specialist hospital. So I think we can trust that people who work with them are licensed in their field and heavily regulated and governed and face the consequence of losing their license if they are not good providers. So I think that it's very important that we help women in Kansas have healthy babies.
For discussion, the speaker recognizes Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition to this motion. The fiscal note on this bill is $19 million a year. You know, if these clinics want to exist, I have no problem with them existing, but I don't believe we ought to be using taxpayers' money to help fund them. 70% tax credit is very, very generous. This bill also gives them a sales tax exemption, which is also generous. This to me, this isn't a proper use of public money. I'd urge you to vote no and sustain the veto.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the concern for the taxpayer money. And right next door to us in Missouri, this bill has saved them money. And once I realized that part of what we do is help get women to care, we help to lower the cost of a successful outcome. Healthier babies helps us to save money, but it also fulfills a moral obligation. So I urge your support for this bill. I renew my motion.
The question arises on the motion of Representative Estes that notwithstanding the governor's veto, the bill be passed. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Seeing 10 hands, call is in order. Members will be in their seats. The doorman will secure the doors. The clerk will read the roll. Representative Blex votes aye. Representative Penn votes aye. Representative Hoagland votes no. Representative Blue votes aye and is excused. Seeing no further outstanding individuals, calls raised. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 85 having voted in favor and 40 against the passage of House Bill 2465, the same having received the required 2/3 majority, is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The governor's objection to House Bill 2749 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House reconsideration of said bill. The speaker recognizes Representative Landwehr for a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that notwithstanding the governor's veto of House Bill 2749, the bill be passed. This is the abortion reporting bill that we passed out of this chamber. And I'll save my remarks for closing.
For discussion, the speaker recognizes Representative Susan Ruiz.
I ask that you not support this override. And it is because, as the representative here is asking me, it's not necessary. What is all this information that is going to be taken and it's going to be given to the legislature? What are you going to do with it? Are you going to pass more legislation? I don't think so, because we're not known to pass legislation that actually really does benefit women. We're not known for that. So why do we think that in the future we're going to actually do something like that? We just overrid a bill that with Medicaid expansion would have saved our emergency rooms, our hospitals, millions more. But this legislature isn't able to even do that. So this is government overreach. Talk about coercion. It's not coercion, but it is intimidation. And I've been outreach by many women who are against this bill, and that is exactly what they're saying. They feel intimidation. They have to go through so much to get into a clinic in the first place. And then having to be told that they've got to fill out this form. And I understand that the woman can say no to it. I understand it. But it's still the fact that you are being asked to even do this is outrageous. And it's intimidation, and it's wrong. I ask you to please sustain House Bill 2749.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We already have a report that's out there with some of these questions on it that's required by KDHE. And during the debate in committee, there was a lot of discussion on how much the Guttmacher Institute and their reports and data that they collected was really important. And where did they collect their data from? Planned Parenthood. And in September of 2005, Guttmacher published a summary, and they said that understanding women's reasons for having abortions can inform public debate and policy regarding abortion and unwanted pregnancy. Demographic changes over the last 2 decades highlight the need for a reassessment of why women decide to have abortions. This does not restrict women from having their abortion. In fact, our abortion numbers in Kansas are significantly up. If we go and, so it's like, if the Guttmacher, which was declared to be the gold standard in committee, sees this information as important, why shouldn't the state of Kansas see it the same way? It's hypocritical to say that we should not have that data. Planned Parenthood of Great Plains collects health data for fundraising purposes, and this is on their website. We may use health information about you to contact you in an effort to raise money for our not-for-profit operations. So what are they using their information for? And again, I'll go back to where Guttmacher gets their information. They get it from Planned Parenthood. If this was restricting, I could understand the debate. I think there's a lot of misinformation out there, because I know I've gotten the same emails as some of you have, is that, well, the people spoke when they voted down value them both. Okay, the vote happened. It went down. And until that can be changed sometime in the future, we accept it. And we operate within those parameters. The people didn't spoke about not wanting to be more informed or be more educated. Because just like what Guttmacher said, times change, things change, procedures change, reasons for why. And it's important for elected officials that are making health policy decisions every day to make informed decisions. In no way does the reporting in this bill restrict, prevent, or stop any woman from having an abortion. This data is collected in an abortion clinic. The clinic can say, you don't have to answer this. And that's spelled out in the bill. So at this time, Mr. Speaker, I would move that we override the veto of House Bill 2749.
The question arises on the motion of Representative Landwehr that notwithstanding the governor's veto, the bill be passed. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Seeing 10 hands, calls in order. Dorman will secure the doors. Clerk will read the roll.
Representative Blue.
Representative Blue votes aye. Calls raised. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Minority Leader Vic Miller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Subsequent to our original vote on this measure, the carrier of this motion was quoted. Quote, "We want to make sure we're making the right decision for these women." On August 2nd, 2022, men and women across this state said that we are not the ones to be making this decision for women. They are the ones that should be making the decision. This legislation is not necessary, and I vote to sustain the governor's veto.
Any further explanations of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none. For an explanation of vote, Representative Estes.
Earlier today, one of our peers said something that I believe in, and that is that understanding women's reasons for having abortions can inform public debate and policy regarding abortion and unwanted pregnancy. Demographic changes over the last 2 decades highlight the need for a reassessment of why women decide to have abortions. Thank you.
Any further explanations or changes of votes? Seeing none. With 84 having voted in favor and 41 against the passage of House Bill 2749, the same having received the required 2/3 majority is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The governor's objection to House Bill 2583 having been read, the time has now arrived for House reconsideration of said bill. The speaker recognizes Representative Owens for a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that notwithstanding the governor's veto of House Bill 2583, that the bill be passed. I think that it is incredibly important that we stand with our law enforcement men and women and their partners, the police animals, and ensure the harsh punishments that are deserved when convicted of this crime, and I stand for questions.
The speaker recognizes Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The governor's veto statement regarding HB 2583 reflects 3 reasons for the veto of this legislation. First, that the bill imposes mandatory minimum sentences that disregard important factors that should be left to the discretion of a judge. Second, that the mandatory sentences are out of line with other more severe crimes without justification for why that is required. And third, that the requirement for a psychological evaluation and anger management program, while they are important, we do not apply the same standard to many other heinous crimes. I might also add that the cruelty to animals statute, separate and apart from this legislation, does require such training. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Such management training, I guess it is. Anger management training. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Carr.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard someone earlier say today that we should trust the police. I will agree, we should trust the police, but oftentimes we can't. And that's an issue. I came to this podium and spoke to the original bill with reference to the situation that still lives between those police dogs and people of color. Certainly not that I'm not a dog lover or pet lover. In fact, I have a dog or two, a German Shepherd nonetheless. And those dogs are yet still somewhat wild animals. I can trust that if I have a conversation with my dog, as I did just a few days ago. I have a female, she had puppies. Two of them didn't look as though they might make it. So I had a conversation with my dog and I asked her to let me know if she needs some help with those two so that they would survive. Following day, my dog ate those two puppies because that dog is a wild animal, yet, and that's what they do. Even though I tried to reason with my dog didn't quite understand. So in fact, yes, she ate those two puppies. So when a police officer who, in as much as we would love to trust them, doesn't always make the right decision, and they release one of these animals on someone who, in fact, is innocent until proven guilty, according to the court of law, you can't reason with that dog. You can't, in fact, you can't even guarantee that that dog is going to go after the right person. I've seen videos where a police dog has in fact turned on its trainer when given the command and viciously bit the trainer. Now, I'm not saying that we shouldn't use those animals in certain situations. What I'm saying is that for someone to defend themselves against the attack of what is a wild animal, and for us to impose a penalty that is, on our current crime grid, more severe than kidnapping. So you could kidnap someone, as I've been kidnapped myself. But defending yourself from a wild animal, simply to keep that animal from what you would believe to be killing you, because that's what people think. Or let's just say, for instance, that that animal targets the wrong individual. As they have. You don't have to listen to me. You can just go to your telephones and Google it. The animal targets the wrong person, and that person, innocent as they may be, simply tries to defend themselves. A reflex action tells you that when a wild animal and/or person approaches you, if you can defend yourself, you will. If you've got something, you'll throw it. If you're holding something, then you might swing it at the animal. And because of that, based on this particular law, then you will go to jail and you will suffer consequences that are greater than those of someone who had kidnapped someone by force. I would ask you to keep that in mind when you vote whether or not to sustain the governor's veto. I certainly will be voting to sustain the governor's veto on House Bill 2583. Thank you.
Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Couple thoughts. I come to you with a 31-year career in law enforcement. I have a graduate degree. I spent a lot of my time working with K-9 units in the full scheme, not just K-9s that work with a single officer, with scent dogs, with other formats. I also worked with horses, and that was one of the supports that I had originally. You know, we don't have a lot of those working, but clearly in Wichita, an excellent quality unit, and they deserve our support for those horses. But I do want to address these K-9 units. I did my training at the Leavenworth prison, and I will tell you, our K-9s, since about 1980, have undergone levels of training with both their officer, their handler, in the most difficult circumstances. My son works with K-9s. I have attended the national K-9 testing in Kansas City, Missouri, which is one of the premier units in the United States. And I could call a dog off literally from a jump. They are not used as bite dogs. That is not their focus. Dogs are washed out if they do not comply. Highly trained, weekly retrained, and they become your family. I had one of the most wonderful German Shepherds in my entire life experience. We literally had a family funeral when he passed away. That animal would obey every and any command. I could walk in a schoolhouse among children, and you would never know. Please do not equate things that happened in the 1960s and the 50s with the way the training is done now. It is not allowed. Talk to your K-9 units. Come with me. I would gladly take you to some of the trainings and let you see. They are family. And these punishments that we have are necessary to protect those officers. Please override this veto. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Leader. Let's talk about this for just a second. Let's first talk about the governor, and let's talk about her statement of why she vetoed this. Did you know that current Kansas statute requires during the mandatory 30-day imprisonment, so there's already a mandatory 30-day imprisonment, that such offenders shall have a psychological evaluation prepared for the court to assist in determining conditions of probation. Such conditions shall include, but not be limited to, the completion of an anger management program. So the two very things that she disagreed with already exist in statute. We simply increased the mandatory minimum to 90 days, but largely because the mandatory minimum already existed, albeit as a non-grid felony. And let's talk about that for a second. There is a clear distinction between a non-person felony and a person felony. A person felony is just what it says, a felonious act against a person. This is a non-person felony because as much as we respect our law enforcement animals, they are not people. Let's talk about kidnapping for a second. Kidnapping is a severity level 3 person felony. Significantly different. And actually, that felony, you could get up to 247 months in prison. Shall we continue? Too severe of punishments. You know, we invest $100,000 in some instances in these animals. We send them places that if we didn't have them, we would have to send an officer. So when we think about the incident that happened last October, where we sent one of these animals, Bane, down into a storm sewer to arrest or to detain a defendant, that defendant brutally kicked that dog and caused significant internal damage to the point that it was so weak that that individual was able to strangle that dog to death. Now, I want you to think if we had sent a law enforcement officer down there, how that might have played out. Finally, the without lawful cause or justification clause would protect those acting in innocent self-defense, or if the police dog was disobeying orders or something of that nature. A person acts recklessly when such person consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that circumstances exist or that a result will follow. And such disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care which a reasonable person would exercise in the situation. Folks, I'm really blown away that this has somehow become a partisan issue. When earlier this April, Colorado increased the penalties of killing police animals significantly on a bipartisan majority. They also made it to where you could do up to 6 years in jail for doing so. If you were to be convicted of a level 3 non-person felony, level 3 non-person felony, which just calls for killing a police dog, you're going to do a minimum of 90 days in jail and up to 61, so up to 5 years. Colorado, on a bipartisan supermajority, said they wanted more. I could go on down the list of the different states that have different codes that are significantly more. Here's a minimum of 5 years in Ohio. The federal government, you wanna know what the federal government does? Up to 10 years in prison for killing a police animal. Folks, the writing is on the wall. We know how we should vote on this. We know that we should stand with our men and women in law enforcement and their partners. And so with that, I close and urge your support of HB 2583.
The question arises on the motion of Representative Owens that notwithstanding the governor's veto, the bill be passed. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member for an explanation? The speaker recognizes Representative Mosier. Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Mosier? No? You already voted aye. Representative Blue votes aye and is excused. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 105 having voted in favor and 20 against the passage of House Bill 2583, the same having received the required two-thirds majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The governor's objection to House Bill 2618 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House reconsideration of said bill. The Speaker recognizes Representative Proctor for a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2618 does two things. The first thing that it does is it clarifies the law we passed a couple of years ago, making it a crime to impersonate an election officer. That law is currently being challenged in court because of its vagueness. And so at the request of the Attorney General and the Secretary of State's office, we have offered this legislation to clarify that in order to be in violation of that law, you have to intend to deceive. It's not just the perception of the person who mistakes you for an election officer that creates the conditions for the crime. The other thing that this bill does is it makes it a crime for a state agency to use federal dollars for the purpose of administering an election in two specific cases. If that federal money is not authorized by Congress for that use, or if that federal money is not authorized by this body, the Kansas Legislature, for that use. Folks that have said that this would prevent us from using HAVA money or MVRA money to administer elections do not understand what this bill actually says. It would only apply to federal dollars that are not authorized by that purpose by the Congress or by us. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I move that notwithstanding the governor's veto of House Bill 2618, the bill be passed.
For discussion, Representative Woodard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't want to relitigate a lot of the conversation we already had during the floor debate, but the question still remains what it is that we're trying to prevent. There's no evidence of widespread impersonation of election officials. And so this seems like a remedy to a court case that's ongoing, as it was part of the discussion of the court case. Regarding the federal appropriations portion of the bill, I do think it is a little concerning to potentially restrict federal dollars if the legislature is not acted. If we, God forbid, saw ourselves in another pandemic or some sort of situation where the legislature had already adjourned and didn't have the ability to then appropriate those funds, we would have to do so through a special session. If that wasn't possible, we're potentially tying our own hands for being able to use the federal resources to conduct our fair, free, and efficient elections that we have here in Kansas. So I'd urge you to vote no to sustain the governor's veto of House Bill 2618. Promise I can speak. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No further discussion. Representative may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the governor vetoed this, in her veto message, she said something that I take exception to. She said, restrictive voting legislation of any kind is wrong. Instead of making it more challenging for Kansans to participate in our democracy or focusing on problems that do not exist, I would urge the legislature to focus on real issues impacting Kansas. Somebody explain to me, somebody please explain to me how preventing people from impersonating election officers or not allowing state agencies to misappropriate federal funds is in some way restricting the ability of Kansans to vote. I take great exception to that. The other thing she said was that accepting these federal dollars helps Kansas ensure smooth administration of our elections. Let's think really closely, just for a second, about what we're preventing the governor from doing with this bill. We are preventing the governor who administers our federal government or our state government, including agencies that administer federal programs, from using dollars that are appropriated to take care of Kansans' medical care, to take care of Kansans' food needs, to turn out the vote in the 2024 election. That's what this bill is intended to prevent the governor from doing. Why would she object that? Why would she want to do that? Why would she object to this bill? And why would the governor object to preventing people from impersonating election officers? Why would she object to us? Why would the governor with the $1 million PAC object to us preventing people from impersonating election officers? So with that, I would urge you to support this override of the governor's veto. And Mr. Speaker, I close on my motion.
The question arises on the motion of Representative Proctor that notwithstanding the governor's veto, the bill be passed. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Members will be in their seats. Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Representative Blue votes aye and is excused. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 84 having voted in favor and 41 against, the passage of House Bill 2618, the same having received the required two-thirds majority, is hereby declared passed. The clerk will report the vote. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing the Senate herewith transmits the veto message from the governor together with the enrolled copy of House Substitute for Senate Bill 233, an act concerning children and minors relating to the health care of minors, enacting the Forbidding Abusive Child Transitions Act, prohibiting health care providers from treating a child whose gender identity is inconsistent with the child's sex, authorizing a civil cause of action against health care providers for providing such treatments, restricting use of state funds to promote gender transitioning, prohibiting professional liability insurance from covering damages for health care providers that provide gender transition treatment to children, requiring professional discipline against a healthcare provider who performs such treatments, adding violations of the act to the definition of unprofessional conduct for physicians. Message from the governor regarding veto of House Substitute for Senate Bill 233. This divisive legislation targets a small group of Kansans by placing government mandates on them and dictating to parents how to best raise and care for their children. I do not believe that is a conservative value, and it's certainly not a Kansas value. To be clear, this legislation tramples parental rights. The last place that I would want to be as a politician is between a parent and child who needed medical care of any kind. And yet that is exactly what this legislation does. If the legislature paid this much attention to the other 99.8% of students, we'd have the best schools on earth. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto a House Substitute for Senate Bill 233. Laura Kelly, dated April 12, 2024. A motion was made that House Substitute for Senate Bill 233 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto. By a vote of 27 yeas and 13 nays, the motion having received the required two-thirds constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the Senate, voting in the affirmative, the bill passed.
Are there announcements? Representative Stogsdill.
Democrats will have agenda immediately upon recess. 152 South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further announcements, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to recess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans will calendar immediately upon recess. Mr. Speaker, I move the House stand in recess until 10:35 a.m.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion carries. We're in recess. The House will come to order. The Speaker recognizes Majority Leader for a motion to suspend Joint Rule 4K.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to subsection K of Joint Rule 4 of the Joint Rules of the Senate and the House of Representatives, I move that the rules be suspended for the purpose of considering House substitute for Senate Bill 172 and House Bill 2097.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. Motion passes. The Speaker recognizes Representative Tarwater for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee Report on Senate Bill 172.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House, I apologize that we have to hear this bill once again. I think this is the third or fourth time. However, it didn't quite go so well in the Senate. There were a lot of people absent, and they sent it back to committee. And we are back here today as a result. If you remember, Senate Bill number 172 was the bill that having to do with countries of concern and owning property within 100 miles of the military installations. I'll stand for questions. Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt the conference committee report, and I'll stand for questions.
Representative Probst.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Yeah, we had to go over this a number of times. I'm so confused. I don't even know which version we're on exactly. But I know that we have a problem in this legislation, and we either have one of two that's present in this bill. We either have the problem that we have a taking provision of land that we're not compensating people for if they don't get fair market value, or we do have the provision that pays with taxpayer money people that we don't want to pay to have, or we don't want them to have the land. I think we're on the version that doesn't pay, but I voted against it. I'll continue to vote against it, and I would encourage you to do the same. I think this, while there was a lot of work that went into this, it's been pretty muddied in conference committee thanks to the efforts of the Senate, and I think that's an indication that this might not be quite ready for prime time.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just point out that the taking portion of this law only accounts for those people that are here and own businesses legally currently and would have to divest. Once this is law, it is illegal to purchase property, and then they would be breaking the law, so the taking provision wouldn't apply. Also, it's important to point out that if someone is here legally and on a path to citizenship, this bill does not apply to them. It's only if they reside or are a citizen of another country that is a country of concern. We've watered this bill down quite a bit. It would be nice to send a message. Since we passed this, the last time, 2 more states have passed this. Since we just last discussed this only a week or 2 ago, and the United States government is banning TikTok. This is a very serious issue. And if we can get bipartisan support at the federal level for TikTok, we should be able to do it here in Kansas. I close.
This constitutes final action on Senate Bill 172. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 86 having voted in favor and 39 against, the passage of Senate Bill 172, the same having received a constitutional majority of the bill, is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. We're going to stand at ease. We have to wait a few minutes before we can run the next bill. The House will be in order. The Speaker recognizes Representative Sanders for a motion to adopt the Conference Committee report on House Bill 2097.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you're a fan of bills that bundle 10, 15, or 20 bills together, 2097 is not for you. HB 2097 does bundle some bills together, though, but only 4. So the first thing that it does is create something called the Kansas Film and Digital Media Production Development Program. The idea is to attract producers of movies and television shows to Kansas to produce their projects in exchange for tax incentives. 38 other states have some kind of tax exemptions or credits or something to get Hollywood to come to their state to produce movies and TV shows. Just last year, Missouri passed a law in order to compete in this arena. If Kansas wants to compete in this arena, and you know how many Westerns are being produced these days, we need to have this bill passed. Another section of the bill would create income tax credits for Kansas residents who are members in good standing of the Kansas Army National Guard or the Air National Guard. This would be of benefit not only to the Guards people, but it would also benefit their employers. A third section of the bill would create sales tax exemptions for the Friends of Cedar Crest Association. And by the way, the fiscal portion of that part of the bill is $3,500. And finally, the other part of the bill, which is most near to my heart, you've heard me talk about it as the theater bill, It would create sales tax exemptions for 6 community theaters in Kansas. These theaters were all picked because they meet several criteria, including all of them being 501c3s. They all employ professional staff, and they all offer educational programming. The House version of this had the criteria laid out in the bill. The Senate in conference committee wanted to enumerate exactly who those theaters are. This bill passed in the Senate last Friday, 32-5. And I'd be happy to stand for questions.
Representative Sawyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have any questions. I think the carrier did a pretty good job explaining what's in the conference committee report. I don't know if he went over all the fiscal notes. The Kansas film and digital media part is capped at 10 million a year. The National Guard tax credit piece is the fiscal note's 3.8 million a year. The community theaters piece, I think it's 155,000 a year. And then he did mention the Friends of Cedar Crest is 3,500. So those are the 4 different bills that were put in here. And I think he did a pretty good job explaining the rest of it, and I do support it.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Do you remember the first Superman movie starring Christopher Reeve from 1978? There was a beautiful scene shot on the Kent farm in Kansas. And Clark Kent, the second most famous Clark in Kansas, was standing in a wheat field with his mother, a Kansas wheat field. It was a beautiful scene. And then the 2013 Superman movie that had several shots of the Kent farm in Kansas. The only problem is those scenes were not shot in the state of Kansas. The 1978 movie of the Kansas wheat field was filmed in Canada, and the 2013 film farm scenes were shot in Illinois. If we're going to compete in this arena, we need this bill. It's time to have these scenes created in Kansas, so I urge you to adopt the conference committee report. With that, I close my motion.
This constitutes final action on House Bill 2097. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? For an explanation, the speaker recognizes Representative Howell.
I appreciate my colleague from Saline County in carrying this legislation. However, I do have a conflict, business conflict, and with an aspect of this bill, and I would request the allowance to vote present. Thank you.
Since we're not on a call, we'll go ahead and grant that. Minority Leader Miller for explanation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I vote yes, notwithstanding that in addition through the stories about those other movies and their lack of Kansas venue, there is some evidence arising that The Wizard of Oz was neither filmed in Kansas.
Are there any other explanations of votes? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 102 having voted in favor and 22 against the passage of House Bill 2097, the same having received a constitutional majority, the bill is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. Are there announcements? Seeing none, the speaker recognizes the majority leader for a motion to recess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until 1:30 or 13:30.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are in recess. I also come to order. Are there announcements? Seeing none, the speaker, nope. Representative Adam Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Tax and Senate Local Government will conference at 1:45 on House Bill 2176 in 218 North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Minix.
House Water Committee members, I want you to know the last Thursday I accepted an award from the Kansas Municipal Utilities on behalf of the entire Water Committee. You guys have done amazing work to benefit municipalities here in the state of Kansas. I was sorry I wasn't there at our last committee meeting when I was detained at Ogallala Summit and Liberal. I want to encourage everybody on the Water Committee. I know we've got one rat that's leaving the ship for the Senate. I want to really strongly encourage the rest of the Water Committee members to go out and run hard. Come back next year. You guys have institutional knowledge that very few people in the state of Kansas have, and we need you back on the Water Committee. So have a good summer, and I hope to see you next year.
Seeing no further announcements, the speaker recognizes the majority leader for motion to recess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And since there's a lot of things still going on around the building, so what we'll do is we're going to Mr. Speaker, I move we stand in recess. The House stands in recess until 14:30 or 2:30 p.m.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We're in recess. House will be in order. Are there announcements? Representative Stocksdale.
Democrats will have agenda immediately upon recess, 152 South. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Tarwater.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Attention Commerce fans. The House and Senate Commerce Committees will meet on HB 2663 and 281 North at their next adjourned recess.
Majority Leader Croft for a motion to recess.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Republicans will calendar immediately upon recess, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until 3:50.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. We are in recess. The House will be in order. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
Announcing the Senate herewith transmits the veto message from the governor together with the enrolled copy of Senate Bill 473, an act concerning crimes, punishment, and criminal procedure relating to the Kansas Code of Criminal Procedure. Message from the governor regarding the veto of Senate Bill 473. While I support the goal of reforming our criminal justice system in relation to pretrial release, Senate Bill 473 establishes a minimum amount a person must pay a bail bonding company to be released from jail regardless of the type or severity of their crime. This requires bond companies charge an appearance bond premium of a minimum of 10% of the face amount of the appearance bond, of which half must be received before posting a bond. After thorough review, I am concerned of the impact this will have on low-income, nonviolent offenders' ability to be released and return to their families and jobs. The Kansas Judicial Branch Pretrial Justice Task Force reviewed these issues extensively and made important recommendations. One of those recommendations is contained in this bill. While I support that component, the remaining provisions of this bill need further refinement. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto Senate Bill 473, Laura Kelly, Governor, April 24, 2024. A motion was made that Senate Bill 473 be passed, notwithstanding the governor's veto. By a vote of 27 yeas and 12 nays, the motion having received the required two-thirds constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the Senate, voting in the affirmative, the bill passed. Message from the Senate announcing a line item veto message from the governor together with the enrolled copy of Senate Bill 28, an act making concerning appropriations for the fiscal years ending June 30, 2024, June 30, 2025, June 30, 2026, June 30, 2027, and June 30, 2028 for state agencies. Message from the governor regarding the veto of Senate Bill 28. I want to thank the legislature and the budget committees for their bipartisan work to pass Senate Bill 28. This budget makes important investments in economic development, infrastructure, and essential services that will positively impact the citizens of Kansas for years to come. Kansas is a national leader in economic development, and this budget makes investments across the state to provide our communities with the infrastructure and workforce necessary to continue that leadership. By investing in our higher education system, this budget also ensures that our universities, community colleges, and technical schools can continue to engage in cutting-edge education, research, and workforce training. This budget infuses significant funding into programs and facilities that serve most vulnerable Kansans and keeps our communities safe. It also continues the progress we've made in improving the government services Kansas depends on by providing state employees with a pay increase and investing in state facilities. Despite these successes, this budget falls short in several areas. Instead of using our existing surplus to cover the costs of capital projects immediately, this budget requires the state to take on debt and pass the cost of these projects on to taxpayers. It also fails to use the surplus to balance the state's checkbook by paying off existing debts. School funding, one of our core responsibilities of the state, is also not addressed in this budget. Kansas families and teachers rely on the legislature to ensure they have resources they need to provide our kids a world-class education. Failing to fully fund public schools in this budget creates unnecessary certainty that we may backtrack on rebuilding our education system. I encourage the legislature to maintain the full funding of schools when it returns so that we can continue the progress we've made by fully funding education over the past 5 years. Additionally, this budget does not adequately address access to affordable health care. Expanding Medicaid is a fiscally prudent thing to do. It will infuse $1 billion into the state and our communities annually. I will continue to urge the legislature to do the right thing and expand Medicaid as soon as possible so that hardworking Kansans can get the health care they deserve and desperately need. Therefore, pursuant to Article 2, Section 14B of the Constitution of the State of Kansas, I hereby return Senate Bill 28 with my signature approving the bill except for the items enumerated below. Sections 26E, 29B, 121A, 31D, 83BB, 83CC, 32B, 83B, 35A, 35D, 35E, 36, 37, 38, 53A, 68A, 68N, 69D, 68C, 83A, 83W, 83AA, 83DD, 83EE, 86A, 86B, 100A, 100 A, Part 112A, 116A, 116H, 120A, 120, and 124 on Wednesday, April 24th. The Senate announced the following line items were overridden. With a vote of 27 yeas and 13 nays, line item veto 112A and 118A were overridden. With a vote of 28 yeas and 12 nays, the line item veto of 83DD and 83EE were overridden. With a vote of 28 yeas and 11 nays, the line item veto of 35A was overridden. And with 28 yeas and 12 nays, the line item veto of 29B, 120A, and 121A were overridden.
The governor's objection to line items in Senate Bill 28 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House reconsideration of said line items. The Speaker recognizes Representative Owens for a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that notwithstanding the governor's line item veto of sections 29B, 120A, 121A of SB 28, the line items be passed. Folks, this is the money that is set aside to assist our friends in Texas at the southern border, if and when the governor chooses to do so. It's important to recognize that all this is doing is setting aside that money for that purpose, that the governor still retains the authority to dispatch our National Guard to assist them. I think it goes without saying that what is happening at our southern border is an absolute travesty. And while it is the federal government's responsibility to address it and to fix it, they're not. And so we have a problem. And that problem is more than an immigration issue. That problem is a fentanyl issue. It's a human trafficking issue. And so all this does is ensure that we have the funds should the governor make that choice. And so, Mr. Speaker, I stand for questions.
Seeing no discussion, Representative, you may close.
I close.
The question arises on the motion of Representative Owens that notwithstanding the governor's veto, the line items be passed. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. The roll is still open. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Seeing 10 hands, calls in order. The doorman will secure the doors. Clerk will read the roll.
Representative Blue.
Representative Blue votes aye. With no other outstanding members, we are going to proceed. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 84 having voted in favor and 41 against the passage of Senate Bill 28, the same having received the required 2/3 majority, is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The governor's objections to line items in Senate Bill 28 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House reconsideration of said line items. The Speaker recognizes Representative Landwehr for a motion to reconsider.
Sorry about that, juggling way too many things back there. Mr. Speaker, I move that notwithstanding the governor's line item veto of sections 35A of Senate Bill 28, the line items be passed. This here dealt with $2 million for the pregnancy resource centers. We actually had $2 million in the budget last year that the governor did sign. They've been actually in operation because they had to go through an RFP process since about November. So we do not have enough data to determine exactly what all the successes have been. We're asking for another year so that we can see what those results are, and I'll stand for questions.
Seeing no discussion, Representative, you may close.
You know, keep in mind with these, and we heard earlier today, and we overrode the governor's veto on the education tax credit for these exact organizations. And I know that she has concerns with how some of them have operated in Texas, and that's why we have put in provisions and reporting mechanisms in order for us to track the successes so that we don't have the problems that Texas has. These are credible organizations. I think that you heard from a representative earlier that carried the tax credit on that is from one of our bigger ones, all the things that they've improved on and how they've been able to advance over the last several months. So I would ask at this time that we override the veto on Senate Bill 28 on item 35A.
The question arises on the motion of Representative Landwehr that notwithstanding the governor's veto, the line items be passed. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had an opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Representative Blue votes aye. Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 86 having voted in favor and 39 against the passage of the line items, the same having received a constitutional 2/3 majority of the bill is hereby declared passed. Clerk will record the vote. The governor's objection to line items in Senate Bill 28 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House reconsideration of said line items. Speaker recognizes Representative Mason for a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So these two line items, two sections, it's 83 Delta Delta and 83 Echo Echo from Senate Bill 28, have to do with the waiting list for IDD and PD. So when we had our Social Services Budget Committee, we passed where we added 250 slots to augment the governor's 250 slots on each of these waivers. But we also put in language which would instruct the agency that they were not allowed to go over a certain amount of folks on the waiting list on both. It was 4,800 on the IDD and 2,000 on the PD. So those 500 slots for each one took them significantly below that. And then further, the agency is to provide us with estimates for fiscal year 26 to let us know how much it would require financially to keep the wait list under those numbers. Initially, the agency requested 500 slots in their budget request. The administration deleted those when they forwarded those to us. But subsequently, then the governor added a 250 for each on the governor's budget amendment. We added 250 each. So basically, these two line items just deal with the caps. And so, Mr. Speaker, I move that notwithstanding the governor's line item veto of sections 83 Delta Delta and 83 Echo Echo of Senate Bill 28, the line items be passed.
Seeing no discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll renew my motion.
Question arises on the motion of Representative Mason that notwithstanding the governor's veto, the line items be passed. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? Clerk will close the roll. Representative Blue votes aye and is excused. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? Seeing none, with 116 having voted in favor and 9 against, the passage of the line items, the same having received the required 2/3 majority, is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The governor's objections to line items in Senate Bill 28 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House reconsideration of said line items. The Speaker recognizes Representative Waymaster for a motion to reconsider.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that notwithstanding the governor's line item veto of section 112A and 116A of Senate Bill 28, that these items be passed. So 112A was the KU Medical Center Wichita Residency Program for $750,000. And those would be expenditures for the Kansas School of Medicine in Wichita for the use in Smoky Hill Family Medicine Residency Program, Wesley Family Medicine Residency Program, and the Ascension Via Christi Family Medicine Residency Program. This was included because we do agree with some of the comments that was made in the governor's veto message that programs like this are ones that create a workforce pipeline to keep physicians in Kansas. But she also mentioned that this was not considered through the normal vetting process and was not requested by the Board of Regents. I would probably contend that, yes, it was probably not requested by the Board of Regents, but it did actually go through the committee process with both higher education budget and the Appropriations Committee. So that's item 112A. And then item 112 or 116A is the osteopathic service scholarship for $2.2 million. And she had mentioned in her veto message that this again was not requested by the Kansas Board of Regents, and that we should be looking at scholarships to encompass other professions within the medical field, which we do. And so this is just having the osteopathic service scholarship. So with that, Mr. Speaker, those are the two items, and I would stand for any questions.
Seeing no discussion, Representative Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to let my colleagues know here that we did consider this in the Higher Ed Budget Committee, these items. Each residency program has its unique strength and service that it provides to many of our areas of the state that are underserved. The Kansas Osteopathic Medical Service Scholarship was established in 1975 and is currently being funded only through the repayments. And so that would mean a student that received a scholarship and they don't fulfill their obligation under the scholarship agreement, they would have to repay that. And so those repayments are actually what is funding that scholarship program. And I know our committee didn't think that was appropriate, that if we're gonna have a scholarship program, we should at least fund it. And so this purpose of that scholarship program is to recruit and retain osteopathic physicians for underserved Kansas communities. And the $2.2 million would be used to refresh that fund, applications for annual awards up to 4 years. And so then they would have to have 4 years of service upon completion of the residency program. So I believe this is a great investment. This proposed increase to $55,000 per year would help establish, at least at the Kansas Osteopathic Medical School in Wichita, up to 10 new osteopathic medical students. However, the scholarship program isn't necessarily confined to that one osteopathic medical school. If a Kansas student wanted to attend an out-of-state osteopathic medical school, they could, but they would be obligated to return back to Kansas to fulfill their commitment under the scholarship program. So I just wanted to add some comments on that, and I would be glad to answer any questions if there were any. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I close.
The question arises on the motion of Representative Waymaster that notwithstanding the governor's veto, the line items be passed. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to, Representative Blue votes aye and is excused. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change his or her vote? For changes, Representative Melton votes aye. Representative Martinez votes aye. Any further changes? Seeing none, with 97 having voted in favor and 28 against the passage of the line items, the same having received the required 2/3 majority is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. The governor's objection to Senate Bill 473 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House reconsideration of said bill. The Speaker recognizes Representative Humphreys for a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, this bill has to do with bail bonds and also has to do with notice to appear. And we can talk some more about the details. But for now, Mr. Speaker, I move that notwithstanding the governor's veto of Senate Bill 473, the bill be passed.
Representative Carmichael.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That was quite a presentation to follow. I think you all understand what this bill is about. We discussed it at some length on the floor. The vote was actually not a strict party line vote, with members from both parties crossing over for a little bit of bipartisanship. There are two principal issues for you to consider in this legislation. The first has to do with something called a notice to appear. Notice to appear is somewhat analogous to a traffic ticket. It is a complaint and a notice to appear. The highway patrol officer may have the discretion in many circumstances to take you to the county jail because you were speeding 30 miles an hour on your way to Topeka, and but for legislative immunity, you might ought to be in jail for that crime. Or the officer can say the better part of valor today is I have a number of other speeders on the highway and other things that have to be done, so I'm going to write you a notice to appear. Notices to appear in the context we are talking about in this legislation are for comparatively minor misdemeanors. The one that comes immediately to mind is simple possession of marijuana. You may recall that I said when we first debated this bill on the floor that there were some counties where right now we understand the prosecutors are simply not filing simple possession of marijuana cases because their courts are already overloaded with crimes involving people and harm and domestic violence and on and on and on. And there are some sheriffs, excuse me, who want to have the ability to write a ticket instead. Whether you think that's a good idea or not, it kind of cuts both ways, because some would say that people who are in possession of marijuana really ought to go to jail, that it is an important crime, and it shouldn't be just the functional equivalent of a traffic ticket, a notice to appear. So I could see myself supporting or not supporting the governor's veto if that was all we were talking about here, notices to appear. But we're talking about something a lot more important in this legislation. The Kansas Court of Appeals, as I mentioned the last time I addressed this bill with you, had a task force that worked for nigh on 2 years. The report was delayed in part because of COVID, but it was a good year and a half of solid work, about a 150-page written report, as I recall. And they went through the bail bond system in Kansas and compared it with the bail bond system in other states. They compared the bail bond system in Kansas with evidence-based bonding systems that are used particularly in the federal system, but also in many other states. Kansas is way behind the times, behind the state of the art, behind sometimes even what common sense would suggest when it comes to the bail bond industry. So the task force recommended a number of changes, in particular using evidence-based measures to determine whether someone is a risk of flight. In other words, they might not show up for court, or whether they represent a danger to the community. And then the court's decision to bond, and by the way, everybody gets bond in Kansas and in the United States because the Constitution says you're entitled to it unless it's a capital crime. And we may disagree with that, but that is the Constitution. Everybody is entitled to bond. So, the task force from the Supreme Court gave us a roadmap to reform bail bonding in Kansas. The only thing contained from that roadmap in this bill is that notice to appear provision that I discussed with you just a few moments ago. Everything else in the bill that the governor vetoed is beyond and arguably contrary to what the task force recommended. This bill was written by the bail bond industry. You may call yourself a Republican. You may call yourself a member of the Chamber of Commerce. You may say that we should not be in the business of picking winners and losers. I call myself a Democrat, but I also agree with some of those same principles. Prior to my retirement, I was a small businessman. I didn't like it when my competition undercut me on price. But I lived with it, and in fact, I met my competition's prices on what lawyers would charge, because that's what a free, fair, open marketplace required of me to be successful in my business. But what the bail bondsmen propose here is something very different. They have lived in a world where the minimum premium on a bond was 10%. If the judge sets your bond at $500,000, you paid $50,000 to the bail bonds person to obtain the insurance policy, if you will, that we call a bond, the insurance policy that you would show up for court. That's been the going rate since certainly before I arrived at the county courthouse in 78 or 79. What has happened, though, is free enterprise has now allowed some businesses in the bonding industry to develop a different model. Instead of going to the surety, the bonding company, you may recall former President Trump bonded out with Knight's Specialty Insurance Company. Well, these bonds are written by oftentimes insurance companies. But instead of providing for bond through insurance companies which provide a premium and split the 10% premium between the bonding company and the bail bond agent or the bondsman, these companies finance themselves. And they can do the same thing for less money. They write bonds for less than 10%. They undercut what I would describe to you as an old boy network called the Kansas Bail Bond Association. Now, none of those people are boys. A number of them are old. I'm told the majority of them are white, but none of that is what's important. It's the old guard in the industry who says we've always charged 10%, and we want you to change the law to require that everyone writing a bond in Kansas charges at least 10%. They want to put their competition out of business. They want to do away with discount bail bonds. So what this legislation would do would say to the private business person, you can't set the rate you charge for your service as a bail bondsman. No, you must charge at least 10%. That's anti-competitive. It's monopolistic. It's choosing winners over losers. It's contrary to free enterprise. It's contrary to competition. It's contrary to the very concept of American business, that if you can do the same thing for less, clients will beat a path to your door. So what this says is minimum 10% bond premium, and half of that has to be paid up front. Now, I know that there are some who think, well, this means people will be bonding out of jail for less money out of their pocket than they used to. Absolutely. That's exactly the case. A discount bonding company can put a breadwinner of a family back on the street to go to work the next day, with them having to raise perhaps half the cash that the traditional old line bonding companies would demand in what I think is a price-fixing and monopolistic fashion. And that means that person goes back to work, they continue to support their family, they continue to make their payments, they end up making payments on their bond, but they get back to work. Now, if someone is a danger to the community, what the task force recommended was that we evaluate that danger, that we decide whether or not this person is first a risk for flight, but second, whether they're a danger to the community. And we set bonds in accordance therewith, because everybody's entitled to bond in some manner. That's what we need to be doing, is using professional measures to determine who's a risk, who's a danger, and we can set those bonds accordingly in the gross amount of the bond to protect the public and to get the person back to court. But what we don't need to do is support a monopoly by the old line bail bond companies. And I think that's why the governor vetoed this bill. That's why I voted against it the last time it was here. I think that's a reason why members probably on both sides voted against it when we saw this bill before. And so I've made some votes against my governor today. Some of my friends have said that my invitation at Cedar Crest is going to be a long time arriving in the mail. I don't know whether that's the case or not. My job is not to vote based upon what makes my governor look good. It's not based upon what gets me an invitation to Cedar Crest. It's not even based upon whether I make it to the chamber dinner tonight. It's based upon what's right for our constituents. And this bill is first wrong for people who are not the sons and daughters of rich folks, because those kids always get out of jail, no matter what the bond premium is. But for poor kids, a bill like this forecloses their realistic opportunity to make bail. And second, this bill is wrong for business people because it sets up this idea that the Kansas legislature is here to say, you can't think of a better way to run your business because you'd undercut the old line established businesses, and they have lobbyists in Topeka, and the legislature will just pass a law that puts you out of business if you don't play ball. That's why we ought to, in this instance, vote on a bipartisan basis to sustain the governor's veto. Thank you.
Representative Mon.
Mr. Speaker, my friend from Wichita makes some good points. However, what he fails to recognize is that what happens when we have cut rate bondsmen issuing bonds at a cheaper and cheaper rate is all that happens is the judges recognize that and increase the rate of the bond on everyone. And so his points are well taken, but the fact is that the effect of cut rate bondsmen on the entire judicial system increases the bond rates on all defendants. And that is something that cannot be tolerated on either side. So I would urge you to vote against this.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've heard a lot of this before, so I'm not going to go over everything again, but I do think it's important to address just a few things. First of all, something we did not talk about before when we heard this bill, that there is already a precedent of a 10% bond minimum existing in the Kansas statutes in KSA 22-2802. Kansas already requires people arrested for low-level crimes to post a 10% cash bond. We have that precedent. We should require the same thing, the same 10% for violent offenders. Establishing the minimum fee is actually likely to reduce bond amounts across the board, as the previous speaker just said. Since enactment of the 10% minimum in Arkansas in January, the judges are setting more reasonable bond amounts. When Connecticut lowered their minimum, judges have responded by setting higher bond amounts. This fits with the recent experience in Kansas, where judges have been setting high bonds in response to the discount bonding practices that would be addressed here in Senate Bill 473. Every example we heard in testimony was about violent offenders. This bill is balancing public safety and people's rights. Yes, there was a task force, but they did not give us a bill. Instead, we have a bill that is the result of multidisciplinary collaboration and compromise. It is a fair and equitable policy that balances the rights of the accused with public safety that we have heard about, and it helps protect the shared interests in maintaining safe Kansas communities. And the other thing, because of the notice to appear, It allows law enforcement to issue the notice to appear, and it reduces the likelihood that nonviolent, low-level offenders will even be booked into jail. So for the point of safety and rights, I urge you to vote yes on the motion to override the veto of Senate Bill 473. I close and move my motion.
The question arises on the motion of Representative Humphries that notwithstanding the governor's veto, the bill be passed. The clerk will open the roll and you may record your vote. As every member had the opportunity to record their vote, the clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? Does any member desire to change? Representative Blue votes aye and is excused. Are there any further? Seeing none, with 87 having voted in favor and 38 against, the passage of Senate Bill 473, the same having received the required two-thirds majority, is hereby declared passed. The clerk will record the vote. We will stand at ease. Members will not cross in front of the dais. The House will be in order. The governor's objection to Senate Bill 233 having been read, the time has now arrived for the House reconsideration of said bill. The Speaker recognizes Representative Landwehr for a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that notwithstanding the governor's veto of Senate Bill 233, the bill be passed. And this here deals with the Forbidding Abusive Child Transitions Act, and I'll stand for questions.
Representative Susan Ruiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A few things I need to say about this bill, what Senate Bill 233 does. One, and we got confirmation when the bill was carried the first time, that it singles out trans kids and their families. It targets children who need specialized medical care, treatment, and services, and denies them these services. Oh, and by the way, any other child, as long as they're not identified as trans, who are needing the same medication treatment will continue to have full access to that, even though this legislation or legislature is saying that it's harmful. Good news is that plastic surgeons will continue to make millions off of these kids. It forces medical professionals to choose which kids to treat, having to put them aside. How are they supposed to give families an explanation as to the reason for needing to take the child off the medication that the physician prescribed for in the first place? And on top of it all, the medical professional is at high risk of lawsuits. And they also won't be able to access the state malpractice insurance that they have been paying since they began their practice in Kansas. Mental health professionals and state employees will be hesitant to be supportive of trans kids. Previously supporting children, these professionals might distance themselves a bit in order to protect their license. What are these professionals supposed to say? How will they explain to a family about the discrimination inherent in this bill? I've had legislators tell me that, well, a doctor can safely take a child off the medication, quote unquote, in 3 days. And that might be true. However, we know that each person reacts to medications in their own way. Some may be sensitive to medications, others are not. How they will withdraw from the medication, we don't know ahead of time. How do you account for the physiological withdrawal of the medication? The medication gives the person, the child, the added freedom and confidence to live their authentic lives because they will look more like who they really are. This bill gives parents the message that they don't know how to protect their own children, that they don't know how to parent, and they're certainly not capable of making informed decisions about the medical care their children need to receive. In no other instance that I am aware of does specific legislation take away parental control. For all of these reasons, I urge you to sustain the veto on Senate Bill 233. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Representative Berquist.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. To protect children or to permanently modify them. We've all been little kids before. To not yet know as a 5, 10, or maybe even a 15-year-old girl or boy what planning for a life might look like. And not yet knowing as a young child what falling in love might feel like or even mean. Not having gone through the ups and downs of the teen years and puberty. Not having seen yet the result of changes that would take place in their own bodies and minds with the full development of the genetics and hormones that they have. And not yet seeing eye to eye another adult to envision and plan together for life and community. The possibility of adults terminating that process, likely with no reversal, and eliminating those future decisions and taking them out of the power of that child. Adults will do to themselves in this world what they will do. And in regards to their own lives and their bodies, that will happen. But for heaven's sake, let them grow up to decide on adulthood, in adulthood. And for these reasons, I urge you all to vote to override the governor's veto on Senate Bill 233. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Epley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Well, body, here we are. This has been quite a journey for me with this bill, and we've talked about it before, and I won't talk very long, but there's a couple of points that I want to make sure and get across to you so you understand this. And I appreciate the comments that were made from the other side of the aisle. But you've got to understand that when we drafted this bill, it was drafted in 3 ways to affect surgery, puberty blockers, and ongoing puberty treatment. And that puberty treatment lasts for many, many years, sometimes a lifetime. We think that it's really premature to make that decision under the age of 18. Now, granted, that's an ideal time because you're going through puberty, but it's also a time when you're going through amazing changes. Changes in your mental health, changes in your physical health, and this bill is designed to specifically address those 3 areas. I've had lengthy discussions about how this impacts mental health. Nowhere in this bill is the word mental health used, or the word counseling used. I've read the bill, I've read the CCR, I've looked at them, and this does not prohibit anyone from counseling or discussing those feelings, those emotions, that anxiety that goes with those changes that youngsters go through during adolescence. They can do that all they want. They can prescribe antidepressants, you can prescribe anti-anxiety medications, you can take care of people, just like I've been trained to take care of them, just like all these clinics take care of people. But when it comes to the therapies of recommending surgery or doing the surgery, blockers, or ongoing hormone chronic therapy, that's going to be prohibited going forward. And well, it should be. And we can only look to other countries to see what's happened that have had more experience with this longer than we have in the Scandinavian countries. They've basically done a complete turnaround on this. They prohibit that in many countries right now. I know the Scandinavian, like Norway and Denmark, and the other country recently is Germany, and then most recently is England. April 1st, while we were having some of our discussions in our debate, the National Health Service for England came out with a directive that they will no longer authorize payment for any of those treatments. And so it's a real turnaround, and it's because of their depth of experience. And I was troubled during discussion on this that I made the statement that this was a trend or this was a fad. I meant to imply that this is an increasing medical event that we see more and more and more. It's doubled in the last 2 years in the United States. Data supports that. You can look it up. It's doubled. The number of kids that are starting, the number of minors that are starting transgender care. So it is for lack of a better term, I think it's a social contagion, and I think it's something that it's time Kansas said enough. We're going to take a break from this. We're not going to promote this. I voted for this, against this bill last year because it was at 3 o'clock in the morning, and I just didn't have time to do all the background work on it. And we have now, and through the committee process, this has come through the committee process, and we heard lots of testimony both ways. And some of my fellow physicians can speak to this too and what they heard. But I think we're at a point where I feel comfortable saying that this is not an anti-trans bill. This is a bill for minors to keep them from making decisions that could have lifelong harm and negative implications on their lives. I think you need to really consider that as you ponder this bill. And on the issue of mental health counseling, I want to say this. I want to say that this bill was never intended to have any impact on mental health counseling or mental health services or my prescribing antidepressants or anxiolytics or other treatments. There's even a provision in there for the intersex population for delayed sexual development. I had that put in. That's an amendment we had put in to address those folks so that they're covered, so that they can get the treatments that they need, that have an identifiable sexual identity chromosomal problem. That's dealt with in the bill. So we just went through an exhaustive process on how we interpret this. And I feel on safe ground to stand before you to say we're dealing with 3 areas of minor transgender care, and we want to protect kids from that in the state of Kansas going forward from this point on. We do give a 9-month phase-in period, phase-out period, call it what you want, and I'll admit before the body that's probably not quite enough time. You know, in some states it's grandfathered, in other states it's 2 years, other states it's 6 months. This was a compromise that we worked out, and I can live with that compromise in this bill. So I ask you to help me override the governor's veto on this, and let's get this, our kids protected in the state of Kansas going forward. Thank you.
Representative Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite what the former speaker suggested, this bill does discriminate against transgender Kansans. Just like all of us, trans people have a fundamental right to self-determination and to affirm their identities, and this includes the right to receive gender-affirming care. Care that is evidence-based, supported by the vast majority of major medical associations, care that is safe and necessary, care that, as we heard from Erica Nicholson in the op-ed that I passed out to everyone, saved her son's life and helped him thrive. And we know that it is life-saving and affirming care for thousands of others too. This bill would completely ban access to that care for trans youth in Kansas. We know that both puberty blockers and hormones are safe. They are used at high rates in cisgender kids for things like precocious puberty, higher rates even than they are used by transgender kids. Singling out trans kids and preventing them from accessing this necessary and safe care is discrimination. This bill goes even further by prohibiting state employees, this is a quote, state employees whose official duties include the care of children, which was not defined in committee or on the floor, but which could be interpreted to mean teachers, counselors, caseworkers, social workers, any people employed by the state. From, quote, providing or promoting the use of social transitioning, this means state employees would be prohibited from using a child's pronouns and could have their licenses revoked for doing so. For those who are on the fence about whether to support this override, I want to be really clear. This bill is extreme and it will do irreparable harm to trans kids in Kansas. Trans kids have been reaching out to advocates in droves because they are terrified about what this bill will mean for their futures. We heard from a family in committee that moved to Kansas from Texas because a similar bill was passed. Where will that family go? Where will all of the trans youth in Kansas go if this override passes? This bill will not stop trans youth from being who they are and from being their authentic selves. The only thing this bill does is unequivocally harm trans youth and violate their constitutional rights. Bills like this harm the mental health of trans youth, again, despite what we have heard from the former speaker. I shared the story of Erica's trans son who cried in her arms after seeing hate and misinformation in the media, and who was afraid that he would never be safe to just exist. And her son is not alone. According to the Trevor Project, 86% of LGBTQ youth said that recent politics have negatively affected their well-being. This bill places politicians' feelings and unsubstantiated fears above the expert medical advice of hundreds of thousands of healthcare professionals and doctors, and it strips patients and families of their ability to make informed healthcare decisions. This bill is government overreach. Trans people, like everyone, deserve the right to make private medical decisions without the interference of the government. Trans people deserve the right to bodily autonomy and the ability to live a life with dignity and authenticity. I just want to end by saying that while I have the podium, trans people matter, their existence is valid, and they deserve the same rights as every single person in this room, and they are not a social contagion. I urge you to join me in voting to sustain the governor's veto of Senate Bill 233 and protect trans youth. Thank you.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Body, this is a really difficult situation to be in. It's very emotional. All of us have been exposed to very emotional pleas on this legislation. Some of it It's more personal than others. I have heard accusations about people not caring for other people. I have heard accusations of those wanting to create outright harm to other people. I think those of you that know me know I would never intentionally harm a child or a young adult. Those of you that know me also know that I have a doctor of philosophy in reproductive physiology. And so this is something that I have spent my career working with. We have used the very hormones that are talked about in this legislation. And when this issue came before us, my approach as a scientist is not to spend my time dwelling on all the emotional pleas, but to rather to look at what the facts are. And over the last 2 weeks, I've done a mini literature review. Now, those of you that are not scientists may not know what a literature review is. It doesn't involve reading newspaper articles. It doesn't involve using Google. It involves looking at the peer-reviewed, published literature that exists. And there's some things that are kind of interesting about the literature that exists on this subject. And what exactly is this subject? It is not homosexuality. It is not queerness, gayness, lesbian. It is juvenile sexual dysphoria. Juvenile sexual dysphoria. And one of the things that you find out quickly in a literature review is that it is a tiny percentage of the population that actually qualifies for this legislation. The second thing that stands out in the literature is the treatment of juvenile sexual dysphoria. And it is essentially a 4-step escalating treatment. And the first one of those steps is counseling and psychological help. And has been made clear already in this legislation is there is absolutely no restriction on counseling or psychological help. The second step is puberty blockers. And we've talked a lot about GnRH antagonists. And one of the things that might surprise you is that sexual development doesn't start in the gonads. It starts in the brain. The hypothalamus and anterior pituitary control the development. GnRH antagonists block that cycle. Now, it's been said that there's no harm with these. One of the things that happens with puberty, in addition to being an awkward time, is that our bone density increases, our muscle mass increases, our strength and our growth increases. blocking the native endogenous hormones affects all of those. So yes, there is a negative side effect of puberty blockers. The third step after puberty blockers is exogenous androgens. I will tell you that there is no hormone in the body, and these are hormones. They are not medications. They are hormones. They are steroid hormones, exactly what's banned from all athletic sports, all professional sports, because of the negative effects. They are the most powerful hormones in the body. They affect not only sexual development, also secondary sexual development, they also affect brain development because androgen hormones are one hormone that crosses the blood-brain barrier and affects your brain as well as your body. The fourth step in treatment is gender reassignment surgery. I don't think I need to go into depth describing how that changes people's lives. When we look at this bill and what it does, I want to remind you of this one thing that comes from the legislature, or from the literature. Over and over again in the literature is the incidence of long-term sexual dysphoria. And it runs about 10 to 25% in the literature. So what that tells you is that 10 to 25% of the juveniles that show dysphoria will not show it after they have reached puberty. Now, my heart goes out to those 10 to 25% that are in a lifetime of dysphoria. But remind yourself that that is not a situation that can't be dealt with at a later point. Treatment after 18 years of age is not prohibited by this legislation. But what about the other 75, 80, 90% of juveniles that will no longer experience dysphoria after puberty? Those children need to be protected as well. This legislation is about protecting those children. I ask that you look not at just the emotion, because the emotion is important, but also look at the science. Look at the science that condemns a large percentage of sexual dysphoria children to a lifetime of regret, pain, and other complications. Thank you very much for your time, and I encourage you to vote to override the governor's veto on Senate Bill 233.
Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Hello, body. This is a tough day. I didn't come up with many prepared thoughts, but I did want to correct the record on a few things because I truly do believe in speaking on the basis of fact, on current science, on what we know from a sociological standpoint, and just generally in medical ways. I would like to correct the former speaker and make sure that we acknowledge that it is defined as gender dysphoria, not sexual dysphoria. I'm concerned about that specific line of speech because I think that it muddies it up and brings a different feeling about what these children are actually experiencing and puts sexuality on something that is simply gender identity. It has nothing to do with that. Further, I think that many people who've come up here to speak have conveniently ignored the fact that this blatantly addresses social transitioning, which I think is one of the biggest concerns at this point. We can have debates about whether or not some in this body believe that it's safe for children to use hormones and puberty blockers, but social transitioning is as far as many children typically get. This could run the risk of putting social workers, caseworkers, school employees, and the like into danger of losing their license and other penalties if they are to simply acknowledge that a child is living as a gender identity that they truly feel is true. Beyond that, I think that there's been a lot of misinformation spread. Kansas does not perform gender reassignment or gender affirming surgeries on children under the age of 18. It's just not happening. There's a lot of nationwide fear about this, and I feel like much of it is conjured up by the fear of change in our society. This is something that we have battled with in the queer community for a long time, and it's just another letter of our alphabet that many are fighting against. And it's sad because these are our children. Many of our children are finally feeling safe enough to come out at home, to express that they are feeling a different gender than they were assigned at birth, and that's okay. This bill would make it so that they were no longer allowed to comfortably do that. And that's where one of the biggest issues lies. I just want to leave it with this because, again, I think sometimes I'm preaching to the choir, but I want our children and our families to know, and our parents to know, that we trust you, we understand you, we care about you. We just want you to feel safe and heard and seen. And there are those of us here in this state who will do whatever we can to make sure that's possible for you. I don't want the words that some speak at the well or in the media to influence you to feel ways that may not be safe for you or your family. I want you to feel safe in being who you are because we love you. You are valid. Please vote to sustain the governor's veto. Thank you.
Representative Schlingensieben.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't often talk in this body about being a pastor, but today I do feel called to do so. In my life as a pastor, I have met and worked with a number of families with trans children and youth, colleagues, friends, parishioners, children in my congregation. And I don't pretend to know everything about this issue, but I do know this. I know that parents of trans kids care as much about their children's health and well-being as any parent. I know they are doing the best they can with the knowledge they have to make their children's lives more comfortable and to prepare them for success in adulthood. It is apparent that very few people who have voted in favor of this bill have ever really had significant contact with trans children, youth, or their families. It is clear to me that this legislature would be choosing to interfere in the most sacred of relationships between parents and children, between families and healthcare providers, and yes, between all of these people and their God. I am confident that 0 Kansas residents who would be affected by this bill have asked for it to pass. On the contrary, they have instead been pleading for this legislature to reject this policy. For all the claims of care and concern for trans kids, this is a politically motivated bill that will make the lives of trans kids, their families, their teachers, and their medical providers infinitely harder. It will put in legal jeopardy professionals, doctors, social workers, therapists, and teachers who are doing the best they can with the knowledge they have for the children before them, for all those who are meeting children right where they are. This could very well cost lives, and that is not hyperbole. In this very chamber, we passed a bill to penalize people who encourage others to die by suicide. And yet today we are trying to make a decision about one of the most vulnerable populations in this regard amongst us. This legislation is callous. We only need a few more votes, a few more legislators willing to acknowledge that this is not a moral issue. This is our interfering in the rights of people, children, their parents, their medical providers, and frankly, their faith communities. There are faith communities out here who care about trans children. And those faith communities are interacting with folks every single day and encouraging them to be free to feel however they do about who they are. Those of us who have experience in this know that it does save lives. And it's those lives that we should be concerned about today. And I will sit down shortly because I know you all want to leave. But if we pass this legislation today, if we override the governor's veto, we are sending a message to people who aren't going to care about our dinner, but about where they're going to live tomorrow as the people who they are. We owe it to them. We owe it to them to make the right decision. So please, friends, I encourage you to allow those folks who know best what's good for them to make the decisions they need to and not pretend that we know better. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, Representative, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill was not introduced as a moral bill. Wasn't introduced as a political bill or to be mean or cruel to children. On the contrary, as it is labeled, the Forbidding Abusive Child Transition Act. You heard me talk about this when we originally passed the bill about following the science. And again, during COVID, we were told, follow the science, when there was no science to follow. We were creating the science as each day went on. But we have science to follow. We have Europe, who's been dealing with surgeries and hormone and puberty blockers since at least 1987. You heard up here that the hormones and the puberty blockers cause no harm. What Europe has discovered, and other countries scattered about, is it does carry risks such as low or high blood pressure, blood clots, and blood clots are a major issue in this, increasing cholesterol or triglycerol levels, increases in stroke and heart disease, certain cancers, fluid losses, so considerable hydration and electrolyte balances. And for anyone that's dealt with anyone that's had their electrolytes go out of balance, it is not a pretty sight and it's difficult to deal with. They also have had the issue of liver damage and thicker blood. So it does create harm. And we have the science to back that up. You heard that children would not be able to identify if he wants to walk into a school and be called she into a school. They still can under this bill. School employees are not state employees. Read the bill. It says state employees. They are not state employees. It says public building. School buildings are not public buildings. Because we didn't want to impact the social transitioning side of this. If a child wants to be referred as he or her, they can still do that. The bill would state that a recipient of state funds could not use those funds to provide or subsidize medication or surgery. It says nothing about mental health or social transitioning. Medical or surgery, that's it. The bill would state that an individual or entity that receives state funds to pay for or subsidize the treatment of children for psychological conditions, including gender dysphoria, could not promote or advocate for medication or surgery treatment. That's it. Medication or surgery treatment. If you look at the explainer, a state property, facility, or building would also be prohibited from being used to prescribe, administer, or dispense medication or perform surgery treatment. The bill would also prohibit a state employee whose official duties include the care of children from, while engaged in official duties, providing or promoting the use of medication or surgery as a treatment. We have laws against sterilizing disabled individuals. What occurs is we take minors and say it's okay to remove their breasts, remove their penis, remove their ovaries, so they can no longer produce. This is about minors. The brain does not develop until somewhere around 25 to 27 years of age. There's a reason that we don't let kids vote under 18. There's a reason that we don't let kids do other things. A kid can't even go into and get a tan at a tanning salon in the state of Kansas under the age of 18. Not even with parental permission. Children enter college, and I'm sure some of you have known or know of young individuals entered college and they knew exactly what their major was, and they go down that path and all of a sudden they change. And maybe it's because another door opened that they had not ever thought about before and they chose to walk through that door. Or they decided that their major was not what they thought it was and they needed to change. And this is over the age of 18. You really believe that minors are able to make these full decisions themselves. Yes, we say, well, it's with the parents. Well, did the parents receive all of the facts? We don't know that. I ask that today that you support the override of the veto to protect children. We did listen to those that were concerned about being able to wind down a child that was dealing with hormone therapy or puberty blockers. And then some of those people said, okay, fine, we're fine with the bill now. But then they moved the goalpost once again and decided they had other excuses. I ask today that we rise in support of Forbidding Abusive Child Transition Act for Kansas, and that we override the veto on Senate Bill 233.
The question arises on the motion of Representative Landwehr that notwithstanding the governor's veto, the bill be passed. The clerk will open the roll, and you may record your vote. There will be no photos of the boards taken. Has every member had the opportunity to record their vote? The clerk will close the roll. Does any member desire to explain his or her vote? All right, one thing at a time. Seeing 10 hands, calls in order, doorman will secure the doors, clerk will read the roll.
Representative Blue, Representative Shu.
Representative Heiberger for an explanation of vote.
Mr. Speaker, I vote no on overriding the governor's veto of House Substitute for Senate Bill 233. While I suspect that there are some children who are being misdiagnosed as transgender, I am certain that this body does not have the expertise or wisdom to substitute its judgment for that of the children, parents, and doctors who will suffer from the effects of this bill. In August of 2022, the people of Kansas clearly told us they don't want us interfering in their medical decisions. I intend to honor that, and it saddens me that a majority of this body has not. Representative Heiberger.
While we're waiting, are there any more explanation of votes? Representative Shu votes no. Representative Hill for an explanation.
As a PhD reproductive physiologist, I have utilized androgenic hormones in research for many years. They are not, without a doubt, the most powerful hormones produced in the human body. The wide range of receptors in the body and the effects on tissues are not to be taken lightly. Please don't use experimental procedures with androgenic hormones that will permanently change bone, muscle, life expectancy, fertility, and behavior. The research is quite clear that the pubertal decisions are not an accurate indicator of long-term satisfaction with gender dysphoria treatments that are invasive to the body and detrimental to health. For these reasons, I vote yes to override the veto on Senate Bill 233. Representative Hill.
Representative Potter-Parshall is excused. Representative Bourgeon for an explanation.
I strongly support prohibiting gender reassignment surgery and limiting the use of hormone blockers for minors. Senate Bill 233 goes too far in restricting mental and behavioral health care for children, which is so desperately needed in these cases. No other state has prohibited provider speech, and consideration must be given to children currently undergoing treatment. For those reasons, I cannot vote to override this veto. I remain committed to working on this issue going forward to provide a solution that protects children from gender reassignment surgery without further compromising the care they receive. Representative Bourgeon.
Representative Concanon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We hear of bullying and ask authorities to make it stop. We hear about mental health, about suicide, and ask why. We're not listening to the impacted youth. Government involvement is not the answer. I voted for this bill in the past due to concerns about the surgery. With further consideration, this bill is vague beyond the surgery. These decisions belong between the team of professionals and the parents. The youth need our help, not government overreach. To all who have reached out, I hear you and vote to sustain the governor's veto.
Are there any further explanation of votes? We are still on a call of the House. Seeing 10 hands, call is still in order. Representative Jacobs, you are excused. Seeing 10 hands, call is still in order. Representative Turk is excused. Representative Clifford is excused. Seeing 10 hands, call is still in order. Representative Sutton is excused. Representative Neely is excused. We are waiting for one member to return, and then you may leave. Representative Oropeza is excused. Representative Tarwater is excused. Representative Blue votes aye. With no further absentees, the call is raised. Does any other member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, with 82 having voted in favor and 43 against the passage of Senate Bill 233, the same having failed to receive the required 2/3 majority, the bill is hereby declared sustained. The clerk will record the vote. Representative. Representative Miller. On a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having voted on the prevailing side, I move we reconsider our previous action on Senate Bill 233.
You've all heard the motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no. The noes appear to have it. The noes do have it. Motion passes, or motion fails. Messages from the Senate, the clerk will read.
The Senate adopts the conference committee report on Senate Bills 291, 414, 419, and 420. The Senate adopts the conference committee report on House Bill 2784.
Representatives Adam Smith, Burkamp, and Sawyer are appointed to replace Representatives Hoheisel, Clifford, and Shu as conferees on Senate Bill 37. Are there announcements? Representative Tarwater.
Screw it.
That made the mic.
Oh, how about that for timing? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House Commerce and Senate Commerce will resume negotiations on House Bill 2663 in 281 North immediately upon recess.
Representative Epley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Health will resume a conference committee in the morning at 8:30 and 142 South on all bills that are still in play. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further announcements, the Speaker recognizes the Majority Leader for a motion to adjourn. I was messing with people.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House adjourn until April 30th at 9 a.m.
You've all heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, no.